Hello everyone, welcome to Let's Crack UPSC CSE English. In today's session of Marathon, we'll continue with ninth Standard NCERT. Yes, in previous session, we have discussed about the democracy. So, now we'll continue with rest topics in this marathon. Yes, it's my pleasure to welcome you all on Unacademy, India's largest learning platform. Yes, where you will get unlimited access for live and recorded classes. We are conducting live classes, structured courses, and live tests and quizzes. Yes, friends. So, India's top educators will guide you throughout your preparation. Yes, it's me, Rushikesh Inamdar, guiding UPSC aspirants from last 8 years. You can follow me on Unacademy, and also you can join our Telegram group using this link. Yes, friends. So, those aspirants are waiting for extend their subscription. We have mega subscription offer till 31st March 2021. In this offer, you can extend your subscription till next preliminary examination, that is 2022. Yes. So, friends, hurry up and extend your validity of Unacademy subscription. Yes. Those aspirants are planning to start their preparation with our paid courses. We have Plus and Iconic courses in which you will get 10% discount after using referral code RBI Live. Yes. So, in these courses, we'll cover your comprehensive course. So, in Plus and Iconic subscription, you'll get 10% discount after using referral code RBI Live. Those aspirants are planning to start their preparation for optional. They can also use this referral code to subscribe optional subjects as well. Yes, friends. Those aspirants are planning to start both the GS and optional in our combo subscription. Then we have this combo subscription option. So you can choose 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year subscription plan. And here also you will get discount after using referral code RBI Live, 10% discount in your subscription. Yes, friends. So those aspirants are pursuing their graduation or after 12th examination they are planning to start preparation for civil services. We have Iconic subscription for them. So what is meant by Iconic subscription? In this subscription, you will get all the features of our Plus courses along with additional features like personal guidance, experts guidelines, study planner. So during the preparation, we will guide you on various stages of the examination and your preparation. Yes. So this is our Iconic subscription. Congratulations to all aspirants who have cleared their Civil Services Main Examination 2020. Yes, on our platform of Unacademy, we are conducting a free comprehensive interview guidance program for all those eligible aspirants. So you can boost up The last phase of your preparation with Unacademy, our interview panelists and our mentors will guide you to prepare for interview. So in these sessions, we will conduct DAF analysis and your mock interviews. Yes, we are providing flexible schedule for that. Yes, friends. Yes. Here is the free test series for all aspirants. Right, just you have to use code RBI Live to unlock these tests. Yes, where we will cover your complete general studies and current affairs part. So you can join this free test series of Unacademy. Yes, friends. These are new batches starting from 31st March. So few batches targeted for preliminary examinations. Few batches are for comprehensive batches for 2022. Yes. We have 1 year batches, 2 year batches and NCERT batches as well. Yes. So friends, you can attend our Unacademy Combat, which is scheduled on Sunday morning 11 a.m. Yes, now this time the Unacademy Combat is available in Hindi medium as well. So just enroll yourself with code RBI Live. Yes. So we'll start our today's session. Democratic politics. Yes. Part 1, where we have covered in our last session about democracy. Yes, friends. So we have covered what is democracy and why democracy. Now we'll start with constitutional design in today's session. Yes. So friends, as we have learned about the democracy, now we will learn the constitutional design. Yes. So there are certain basic rules that citizens and the government have to follow. Yes. So all such rules together are called constitution. Yes. So there are certain basic rules that the citizen and the government have to follow. All such rules together are called constitution. Yes. As the supreme law of the country, the constitution determines the rights of citizens, the powers of the government, and how the government should function. Yes. So one recent instance of designing constitution for a democratic state is that of South Africa. So we begin this chapter by looking what happened there and how the South Africans went about this task of designing their constitution. Then turn to the then turn to how the Indian constitution was made, what its foundational values are, and how it provides a good framework for the conduct of citizens' life and that of the government. Yes. So friends, democratic constitution in South Africa. Yes, in the context of South Africa, first of all, we'll see how they constitute their constitution. Yes. So, see, I hope everyone is aware about the leader Nelson Mandela from South Africa. So, there is a quote by him: I have fought against white domination and I have fought against black domination. Yes, I have cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony and with equal opportunities. So it is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve. But if needs to be an ideal for which I am prepared to die. Yes. So this was Nelson Mandela being tried for treason by the white South African government. So he and seven other leaders were sentenced to life imprisonment in 1964 for daring to oppose the apartheid regime in his country. Yes, he spent the next 28 years in South Africa's most dreaded prison, Robben Island. Yes. So, now we'll see the struggle against apartheid. Yes. So, yes. So, apartheid was the name of a system of racial discrimination. Yes. So, apartheid was the name of a system of racial discrimination unique to South Africa. Yes, Achal Kumar, we are studying democratic politics, class 9th NCERT in today's marathon. So, in previous session we have covered about the basic idea of democracy. Now we are studying about constitution design. Yes. So, apartheid was the name of a system of racial discrimination unique to South Africa. The white Europeans imposed this system on South Africa. So, during the 17th and 18th centuries, the trading companies from Europe occupied it with arms and force. So, in the way they occupied India. Yes, but unlike India, a large number of whites had settled in South Africa and become the local rulers. So the system of apartheid divided the people and labeled them on the basis of their skin color. Yes, the native people of South Africa are black in color. They made up about three-fourths of the population and were called blacks. So besides these two groups, there were people of mixed races who were called colored and people who migrated from India. Yes, so the white rulers treated all non-white as inferiors. Yes, so the non-whites did not have voting rights. So the apartheid system was particularly oppressive for the blacks and they were forbidden from living in white areas. They could work in white areas only if they had a permit. Trains, buses, taxis, hotels, hospitals, schools and colleges, libraries, cinema halls, theaters, beaches, swimming pools, public toilets were all separate for the whites and blacks. Yes. So दोस्तों आज के एनसीईआरटी मैराथन में हम कक्षा 9th 9वीं कक्षा की एनसीईआरटी के बारे में जानेंगे जिसमें हमने हमारे पिछले सेशन में लोकतंत्र के बारे में कुछ प्रोविजंस और जनरल आइडिया देखी थी. यस, नाउ आज हमने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल डिजाइन, संवैधानिक डिजाइन के बारे में हम आज देखेंगे कि संविधान कैसे बनाया गया था. ऐसे कुछ बेसिक रूल्स और आइडियाज फॉलो किए गए थे हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनने में. यस, सो हमने इस चैप्टर की शुरुआत अभी रिसेंटली फिलहाल साउथ अफ्रीका में जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनाया गया था, जो कि एक लोकतांत्रिक विचारधारा से प्रभावित था, उसके बारे में देख रहे हैं. जैसे कि नेल्सन मंडेला जी ने डेमोक्रेसी के बारे में जो कोट किया था, उसके साथ हमने इस सेशन को स्टार्ट किया है. यस, so we have covered the struggle against apartheid. So the apartheid system was particularly oppressive for the blacks. So they were forbidden from living in white areas. They could work in white areas only if they had a permit. Yes, trains, buses, taxis, hotels, hospitals, schools and colleges, libraries, cinema halls, theaters, beaches, swimming pools, public toilets were separate for the whites and blacks. Yes, इस सिस्टम के तहत एक रंग भेद जिसमें व्हाइट और ब्लैक डिविजन्स का बहुत ज्यादा असर था साउथ अफ्रीका में, जहां पे जो पब्लिक सर्विसेज थी कॉमन, वो भी व्हाइट्स और ब्लैक्स के लिए अलग अलग थी. सो दिस वॉज कॉल्ड सेग्रीगेशन. सो दे कुड नॉट इवन विजिट द चर्चेस where the whites worshipped. Blacks could not form associations or protest against the terrible treatment. Yes. So since 1950, the blacks, colored and Indians fought against the apartheid system. Yes, apartheid system. So they launched protest marches and strikes. So the African National Congress, ANC, was the umbrella organization that led the struggle against the policies of segregation? Yes, 1950 से साउथ अफ्रीका में कुछ भारतीय और अदर जो भी सेग्रीगेशन के बाद, जैसे ब्लैक्स, कलर्ड एंड इंडियंस, इन लोगों ने प्रोटेस्ट करके, आंदोलन करके कुछ गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज के खिलाफ प्रदर्शन करना स्टार्ट किया। यस, और एएनसी, अफ्रीकन नेशनल कांग्रेस के मार्गदर्शन में ये सारी चीजें स्टार्ट हुई थी। यस, सो द अफ्रीकन नेशनल कांग्रेस वाज द अम्ब्रेला ऑर्गेनाइजेशन that led the struggle against the policies of segregation, and this included many workers, unions, and the Communist Party. Yes, many sensitive whites also joined the ANC to oppose apartheid and played a leading role in this struggle. Yes, इस प्रदर्शन में जो वहां के व्हाइट्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने एक सेग्रीगेशन किया था जिसमें ब्लैक, कलर्ड और इंडियंस को एक अलग तरह से ट्रीट किया जाता था, इस रणनीति के खिलाफ इन लोगों ने उठाव करना शुरू कर दिया। सो इस प्रदर्शन में और स्ट्राइक्स में अफ्रीकन नेशनल कांग्रेस का बहुत बड़ा रोल था, जिनके साथ कई सारे सेंसिटिव और कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स और स्कॉलर्स भी जुट गए थे। यस, राइट, yes, we are covering in the both languages. Yes, so African National Congress was the umbrella organization that led the struggle against the policies of segregation. So several countries denounced apartheid as unjust and racist. Yes, so many sensitive whites also joined the African National Congress to oppose the apartheid. Yes, and played a leading role in this struggle. So several countries denounced apartheid as unjust and racist, but the white racist government continued to rule by detaining, torturing, and killing thousands of black and colored people. Yes, what happened? After the protests and strikes, white racist government continued to rule by detaining, torturing, and killing thousands of black and colored people. Yes, now towards a new constitution, as protests and struggles against apartheid had increased, the government realized that they could no longer keep the blacks under their rule through repression. Yes, obviously, after the demanding the rights and equal status, the white racist government felt that now it's impossible to run government without the consideration of black. Yes, or they could no longer keep the blacks under their rule through repression. So the white regime changed its policies. Discriminatory laws were repealed. Yes, discriminatory laws, discriminatory laws were replaced. So ban on political parties and restrictions on the media were lifted. Yes. So after 20 years of imprisonment, Nelson Mandela walked out of the jail as a free man. Yes. Finally, at the midnight of 26th April 1994, the new national flag of Republic of South Africa was unfurled, marking the newly born democracy in the world. Yes, in the April 1994, the new national flag of the Republic of South Africa was unfurled, marking the newly born democracy in the world. So, apartheid government came to an end, paving way for the formation of a multiracial government. So, how did this come about? So, let us hear Mandela, the first president of this new South Africa, on this extraordinary ट्रांजिशन. यस, हम साउथ अफ्रीका की बात करें तो एक लंबे संघर्ष के बाद अप्रैल 1994 में साउथ अफ्रीका, रिपब्लिक ऑफ साउथ अफ्रीका का एक नेशनल फ्लैग लहराया गया और एक नए फेज की शुरुआत साउथ अफ्रीका में होगी, जिसको न्यू डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री के तौर पे जाना गया. यस, सो नेल्सन मंडेला, the first president of this new South Africa, stated that historical enemies succeed in negotiating a peaceful transition from apartheid to democracy exactly because we were prepared to accept the inherent capacity for goodness in the other. Yes, my wish is that South Africans never give up on the belief in goodness, so that they cherish that faith in human beings is the cornerstone of our democracy. Yes. So, these are the statement by first president of New South Africa. So, after the emergence of new democratic South Africa, black leaders appealed to fellow blacks to forgive the whites for the atrocities they had committed while in power. Yes, so they said, let us build a new South Africa based on equality of all races and men and women, on democratic values, social justice, and human rights. Yes, so the party that ruled through oppression or oppression and brutal killings, and the party that led the freedom struggle sat together to draw common constitution. Yes, in the new era of South Africa, they decided to work together and make a constitution of New South Africa. So इस स्ट्रगल के बाद एक नया लोकतांत्रिक साउथ अफ्रीका का संविधान निर्माण शुरू हुआ, जिसमें सभी लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन है. Yes, so after 2 years of discussion and debate, they came out with one of the finest constitution the world ever had. Yes, this constitution gave to its citizen the most extensive right available in any country. So together they decided that in the search for a solution to the problems, nobody should be excluded. No one should be treated as a demo. So they agreed that everybody should become part of the solution, whatever they might have done or represented in the past. Yes, so the preamble to the South African Constitution sums up this spirit. Yes. So, the South African Constitution inspires Democrats all over the world, a state denounced by the entire world till 1994 as the most undemocratic. One is now seen as a model of democracy. Yes, what made these change possible was the determination of the people of South Africa to work together to transform bitter experiences into binding glue of a rainbow nation. Yes, speaking on the South African Constitution, the Mandela said, the Constitution of South Africa speaks of both the past and the future. On the one hand, it is a solemn pact in which we as South Africans declare to one another that we shall never permit a repetition of a racist, brutal, and repressive past. Yes, but it is more than that. It is also a charter for the transformation of our country into one which is truly shared by all its people. Yes, a country which is the fullest sense belongings to all of us, black and white, women and men. Yes. Yes, see this image which shows the spirits of South African today. Yes, and South Africans call themselves a rainbow nation. Yes. So, why do we need a constitution? Yes. Tell me, friends, why do we need a constitution? Yes. So, the South African example is a good way of understanding why we need a constitution and what do constitutions do. Yes, the oppressor and the oppressed in this new democracy were planning to live together as equals. So it was not going to be easy for them to trust each other. Yes, they had their fears. They wanted to safeguard their interests. The black majority was keen to ensure that the democratic principle of majority rule was not compromised. Yes, they wanted substantial social and economic rights. The white minority was keen to protect its privileges and property. Yes. So, why do we need constitution? Yes. So the South African example is good way to understand why we need a constitution. Yes. And also it shows what do constitutions do. Yes. So साउथ अफ्रीका के एक नए पुनर्जीवन के साथ एक लोकतांत्रिक राज्य और देश जो जिन्होंने अपना खुद का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन एक लोकतांत्रिक विचारधारा के साथ बनाया। जब भी हम बात करते हैं संविधान की तो there are few basic features of constitution which are providing equal opportunity to its citizens? Yes. So in Africa, the black majority was keen to ensure that the democratic principles of majority rule was not compromised, and they wanted substantial social and economic rights, and the white minority was keen to protect its privileges and property in South Africa. Yes. Now, after long negotiations, both parties agreed to compromise. The whites agreed to the principle of majority rule and that of one person, one vote. Yes. So they also agreed to accept some basic rights for the poor and the workers. The blacks agreed that majority rule would not be absolute. They agreed that the majority would not take away the property of the white minority, and this compromise was not easy. Yes. So एक लंबी चर्चा के बाद जो साउथ अफ्रीका का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बना, जिसमें सारे लोग व्हाइट्स, ब्लैक और कलर, ये सारे कम्युनिटी के लोग पार्टिसिपेट करके उन्होंने कुछ रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस बनाए. यस. So the blacks agreed that majority rule would not be absolute. So they agreed that the majority would not take away the property of the white minority. And this compromise was not easy. How was this compromise going to be implemented? Yes, we'll see that. Even if they managed to trust each other, what was the guarantee that this trust will not be broken in future? Yes, ऐसे कुछ रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस बनाए गए जिसमें व्हाइट कम्युनिटी जो माइनॉरिटी में है साउथ अफ्रीका में, उनको कुछ सेफगार्ड्स प्रोवाइड किए गए. यस. द ओनली वे टू बिल्ड एंड मेंटेन ट्रस्ट इन सच अ सिचुएशन is to write down some rules of the game that everyone would abide by. Yes, so these rules lay down how the rulers are to be chosen in future. These rules also determine what the elected governments are empowered to do and what they cannot do. Yes, इस परिचर्चा के बाद कुछ ऐसे रूल्स बनाए गए जिसमें सबको इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी के साथ जीने का मकसद मिल जाए. यस, सब लोग एक साथ मिलकर एक लोकतांत्रिक प्रशासन का और गवर्नमेंट का पार्ट बने. यस. सो the rules also determine what the elected governments are empowered to do and what they cannot do. So finally, these rules decide the rights of the citizen, and these rules will work only if the winner cannot change them very easily. Yes. So this is what the South African did. So they agreed on some basic rules. They also agreed that these rules will be supreme and that no government will able to ignore this. Yes. So this set of basic rules is called a constitution. Yes, साउथ अफ्रीका में इक्वालिटी के प्रिंसिपल पे कुछ रूल्स बनाए गए जो सबके लिए समान थे. So the constitution making is not unique to South Africa. Yes, every country has diverse group. Yes, every country has diverse groups of people, their relationship, and many not have been as bad as that between the whites. So and the blacks in South Africa, but all over the world, people have differences of opinion and interests. So, whether democratic or not, most countries in the world need to have these basic rules. Yes. So हम किसी भी लोकतांत्रिक प्रजातंत्र की बात करते हैं तो उसमें कुछ ऐसे रूल्स होते हैं जिसमें सबको एक जैसा ट्रीट किया जाए, और ये रूल्स उस देश के संविधान में मेंशन होना बहुत जरूरी है ताकि सब लोगों को इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी के साथ काम करने का मौका मिले. यस. सो all over the world, all over the world, people have differences of opinion and interest. So whether democratic or not, most countries in the world need to have these basic rules of the administration and working for the welfare of the nation. Yes. So this applies not just to governments. Any association needs to have its constitution. Yes, it could be a club in your area, a cooperative society, or a political party. They all need a constitution. So, thus the constitution of many country is a set of written rules that are accepted by all people living together in a country. So, constitution is the supreme law that determines the relationship among people living in a territory, and also relationship between the people and government. So constitution does many things. Yes, first it generates a degree of trust and coordination that is necessary for different kind of people to live together. Second, it specifies how the government will be constituted, who will have power to take which decisions. And third, it lays down limits on the powers of government and tells us what the rights of the citizens are. And fourth, it expresses the aspiration of the people about creating a good society. Yes, हम संविधान की बात करें जिसमें कुछ रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस बनाए गए होते हैं. सो ये जो रूल्स बनाए जाते हैं उनका और इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का एक करीबी रिलेशन होता है. यस. सो a particular constitution has different things. If we are talking about a democratic nation, that constitution should generate a degree of trust and coordination that is necessary for different kind of people to live together. Yes, कुछ ऐसे रूल्स बनाए जाते हैं जिसमें उस देश और राज्य के सब लोगों को एक साथ जीने के लिए और एक साथ रहने के लिए ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन प्रमोट करती हो. यस. देन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के द्वारा कुछ ऐसे रूल्स स्पेसिफाई किए जाते हैं जैसे कि कौन सा पक्ष या कौन उस देश के पास को यूज करेगा ताकि गवर्नमेंट विल बी कॉन्स्टिट्यूटेड. यस, गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन के बारे में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में मेंशन किया जाएगा. यस. आफ्टर दैट जो भी पार्टी या ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल एंजॉइंग द पावर, उनके लिए कुछ लिमिटेशंस, उनके पावर के ऊपर कुछ लिमिटेशंस मेंशन किए जाते हैं ताकि वो उसका एक प्रॉपर रूल्स और रेगुलेशन के साथ यूज कर पाए. एंड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में लोगों की जो एस्पिरेशंस हैं, जो एक अच्छे सोसाइटी का, एक अच्छे सोसाइटी को दर्शाता है, सो उनके एस्पिरेशंस का भी जिक्र कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में किया जाता है. सो ऑल कंट्रीज दैट हैव कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस आर नॉट नेसेसरली डेमोक्रेटिक, but all countries that are democratic will have constitutions. Yes. So all countries that have constitutions are not necessarily democratic, but all countries that are democratic will have constitutions. Yes. So after the war of independence against Great Britain, the Americans gave themselves a constitution. Yes, after the revolution, the French people approved a democratic constitution, and since then, it has become practice in all democracies to have a written constitution. Yes, हम कुछ और देशों की बात करें जहां पे अमेरिका, फ्रेंच और मीन्स फ्रांस, इन देशों में भी डेमोक्रेटिक प्रिंसिपल्स के आधार पे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन का गठन किया गया है. यस, नाउ विल सी मेकिंग ऑफ द इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन as we have discussed. After the covering the aspects of African constitution and few examples of world's few countries, now we'll come to the making of the Indian constitution. Yes friends, so like South Africa, India's constitution was also drawn up under very difficult circumstances. Yes, the making of the constitution for a huge and diverse country like India was not an easy affair or easy task. So, at the time of the people of India were emerging from the status of subject to that of citizens, the country was born through a partition on the basis of religious differences. So, this was a traumatic experience for the people of India and Pakistan. Yes, so at least 10 lakh people were killed on both sides of the border in partition related violence. Yes, so there was another problem. The British had left it to the rulers of the princely states to decide whether they wanted to merge with India or with Pakistan or remain independent. Yes, इसके बाद हम हमारे भारत के संविधान की बात करें. जो हमारा संविधान बनाया गया है वो कुछ ऐसे विचारों के ऊपर बेस्ड है जैसे कि the thought of democracy, the freedom and the participation from all sectors or stakes of the country. Yes. So, during the partition, approximate 10 lakh people were killed on both sides of the border in partition related violence. So, there was another problem. The British had left it to the rulers of the princely states to join India or Pakistan or remain independent. Yes. So the merger of these princely states, yes, so the merger of these princely states was a difficult and uncertain task. Was the constitution was being written? Yes. So the future of the country did not look as secure as it. Yes. So the makers of the constitution had anxieties about the present and the future of the country. Yes. So we'll see the famous personalities related with the making of the Indian constitution. So Vallabhbhai Patel, yes, which is also known as Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Yes, Minister of Home, Information and Broadcasting in the interim government. So, lawyer and leader of Bardoli Peasant Satyagraha played a decisive role in the integration of, yes, integration of the Indian princely states, and the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was appointed as Deputy Prime Minister after independence. Yes, then Abul Kalam Azad. Yes, so 1888 to 1958 he was South Africa, so correction, South Arabia, Saudi Arabia, educationist, author and theologian, scholar of Arabic, Congress leader, active in the national movement, opposed Muslim separatist and politics and later education minister in the first union cabinet. Yes, so Abul Kalam Azad was the first education minister in the first union cabinet. Yes. The next personality is TTK Krishnamchari. So, between 1899 to 1974, born in Tamil Nadu, member of drafting committee. Yes. Entrepreneur and Congress leader, later France minister, correction, later the finance minister in the union cabinet. Yes. So TT Krishnamchari was the finance minister in the union cabinet. Yes. Now we'll see the path to constitution in India. Yes. Despite all these difficulties, there was one big advantage. Yes, one big advantage for the makers of the Indian constitution. So, unlike South Africa, they did not have to create a consensus about what a democratic India should look like. Yes, so much of this consensus had evolved during the freedom struggle, and our national movement was not merely a struggle against a foreign rule, it was also a struggle to regenerate our country and to transform our society and politics. Yes, so there were sharp differences of opinion within the freedom struggle about the path India should take after independence. Yes, as we know, we are the diverse country, and in that or in that period after the independence, the constitution was formed and followed by all citizens? Yes. Now, so our national movement was not merely a struggle against a foreign rule, but it was also a struggle to regenerate our country and to transform our society and politics. Yes. Now, there were sharp differences of opinion within the freedom struggle about the path India should take after independence, and such differences exist even today. Yet, some basic ideals had come to be accepted by almost everyone. Yes. Now, as far back as in 1928, Motilal Nehru and eight other Congress leaders drafted a constitution for India. So in 1931, the resolution at the Karachi session of the Indian National Congress dwelt on how independent India's constitution should look like. Yes, one of the important session. In 1931, the Karachi session of the Indian National Congress, yes, dwelt on how independent India's constitution should look like. So, both these documents were committed to the inclusion of universal adult franchise. Yes, yes. So, the familiarity with the some basic values were accepted by all ages much before the Constituent Assembly made to deliberate on the Constitution. So, the familiarity with political institution of colonial rule also helped develop an agreement over the institutional design. Yes, the British rule had given voting rights only to a few. Yes, on the basis the British had introduced very weak legislatures. Yes, so elections were held in 1937 to provincial legislatures and ministers all over India. Yes, right. So, on the basis of the British had introduced were very weak legislatures, so elections were held in 1937 to provincial legislature and ministers are, yes, legislatures and ministers all over British India. So these were not fully democratic governments, but the experience gained by the Indians in the working of the legislative institutions proved to be very useful for the country in setting up its own institutions and working of them. So that is why the Indian Constitution adopted many institutional details and procedures from colonial laws like Government of India Act 1935. Yes, Yes, friends. So, this is why our constitution process has been started. Yes. So, the years of thinking and deliberations on the framework of the constitution had another benefit. Yes, our leaders gain confidence to learn from other countries. Yes. So, but on our own terms, many of yes, many of our leaders were inspired by the ideals of French Revolution. Yes, the practice of parliamentary democracy in Britain and the Bill of Rights. Yes, so the Bill of Rights in the United States, the socialist revolution in Russia had inspired many Indians to think of shaping a system based on social and economic equality. Yes. So, so friends, years of thinking of deliberation on the framing of the constitution had another benefit. Yes, हम बात करें जब भी हमारा संविधान बनाया गया तो कुछ अलग अलग आइडियाज एक दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लेंथीएस्ट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन माना जाता है, जिसमें हमने कई सारे दुनिया के कई सारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस का ओवरव्यू करके हमारा जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनाया गया है, यस, सो our leaders gain confidence to learn from other countries but on our own terms. Yes, many of our leaders were inspired by the ideals of French Revolution. कुछ हमारे लीडर्स फ्रेंच रिवॉल्यूशन से प्रभावित थे. The practice of parliamentary democracy in Britain and the Bill of Rights in the USA. Yes. So, another benefit. So, if we are talking about many of our leaders were inspired by the ideals of French Revolution, the practice of parliamentary democracy in Britain, and the Bill of Rights in the US. So, the socialist revolution in Russia had inspired many Indians to think of shaping a system based on social and economic equality. Yet, they were not simply imitating what others had done. Yes, at each step, they were questioning whether these things suited our country. So, all these factors contributed to the making of our constitution. Yes, so the Constituent Assembly, yes, before that, the making of the Indian Constitution, where we have covered the path to constitution, how our leaders are inspired by various ideas of the constitution from other countries in the world. So now we'll see the Constituent Assembly. So who then were the makers of Indian Constitution? Yes, the logical question. Who then were the makers of Indian Constitution? So we will find here very brief sketch of some of the leaders who played an important role in making the constitution. Yes. So the drafting committee of the document called the constitution was done by the drafting of the document called the constitution was done by an assembly of elected representatives called the Constituent Assembly. Yes. So the drafting of the constitution was done by an assembly of elected representatives called the Constituent Assembly. So election to the Constituent Assembly were held in July 1946. So its first meeting was held in December 1946. So soon after, the country was divided into India and Pakistan, and the Constituent Assembly was also divided into the, yes. So the Constituent Assembly, the elections for to the Constituent Assembly was held in July 1946. Yes, its first meeting was held in December 1946. So soon after, the country was divided into India and Pakistan, and the Constituent Assembly was also divided into the Constituent Assembly of India and that of Pakistan. So the Constituent Assembly that wrote the Indian Constitution had 299 members. The Assembly adopted the Constitution on 26 November 1949, but it came into effect on 26 January 1950. Yes. So the Assembly adopted the Constitution on 26 November 1949, but it came into effect on 26th January 1950. To mark this day, we celebrate January 26 as Republic Day every year. Yes. So, why should we accept the constitution made by this assembly more than 6 decades ago? Yes, we have already noted one reason above. So, the constitution does not reflect the views of its members alone, it expresses a broad consensus of its time. Many countries of the world have had to rewrite their constitution afresh because basic rules were not acceptable to all major social groups or political parties. So, in some other countries, the constitution exists as a mere piece of paper. Yes, no one actually follows it. So, the experience of our constitution is different. Over the last half a century, several groups have questioned some provisions of the Constitution, but no large social group or political party has ever questioned the legitimacy of the Constitution itself. So, this is an unusual achievement for any constitution. Yes, friends. If we are talking about our formation और डिजाइनिंग ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, सो फ्रेंड्स दुनिया की कई सारी ऐसी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस हैं जहां पे उनके संविधान कई बार रीस्ट्रक्चर करने पड़े, दोबारा बनाने पड़े. यस. सो पिछले कई सालों में हमारे देश में जो हम लोकतंत्र की बात करते हैं वो हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन प्रोविजंस और कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को फॉलो करते हुए हम एक सक्सेसफुल डेमोक्रेसी की तरफ प्रोग्रेस कर रहे हैं. यस. सो the second reason for accepting the constitution is that the constituent assembly represented the people of India, and there was no universal adult franchise at that time. Yes, so the constituent assembly could not have been chosen directly by all the people of India, but it was elected mainly by the members of the existing provincial legislatures that we mentioned above. So, this ensured a fair geographical share of members from all the regions of the country. Yes, the assembly was dominated by the Indian National Congress and the party that led India's freedom struggle. But the Congress itself included a variety of political groups and opinions. So the assembly had many members who did not agree with the Congress. Yes, हम बात करें हमारे देश के संविधान बनाते वक्त जो प्रेजेंटेशन और रिप्रेजेंटेशन था वो लगभग देश के सारे जगह से जो मेंबर्स और रिप्रेजेंटेटिव थे उन्होंने अपने अपने ओपिनियन और संविधान सभा के डिस्कशन में पार्टिसिपेट किया था. यस, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली में इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस का वर्चस्व था, बट कांग्रेस में ही कई ऐसे ग्रुप्स थे जिनका ओपिनियन और सजेशंस और लंबी डिस्कशंस और चर्चाओं के बाद हमारे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के प्रोविजंस को बनाया गया था. यस. Now, if we are talking about the personalities related with Constituent Assembly, where Dr. Rajendra Prasad, yes, born in Bihar, President of the Constituent Assembly, the lawyer known for his role in the Champaran Satyagraha, yes, 3 times the President of Congress and later the first President of independent India. Yes. Dr. Rajendra Prasad was the president of the Constituent Assembly. Then Jaipal Singh, yes, born in Jharkhand, a sportsman and educationist, captain of the first national hockey team, founder president of Adivasi Mahasabha, and later founder of Jharkhand Party. Yes. Then H.C. Mukherjee was born in Bengal, vice chairman of the Constituent Assembly, reputed author and educationist, Congress leader, member of All India Christian Council and Bengal Legislative Assembly, later governor of West Bengal. Yes, H.C. Mukherjee. Then G. Durgabai Deshmukh, born in Andhra Pradesh, advocate and public activist for women's emancipation, founder of Andhra Mahila Sabha, Congress leader, and later founder chairperson of Central Social Welfare Board. Yes, C.D. Deshmukh. So, correction. G.D. Deshmukh. G. Durgabai Deshmukh was public activist for women's emancipation. Yes. Baldev Singh was born in Haryana, a successful entrepreneur and leader of the Panthik Akali Party in the Punjab Assembly, a nominee of Congress in the Constituent Assembly and later Defence Minister in the Union Cabinet. Yes. So, the assembly was dominated by the Indian National Congress, the party that led India's freedom struggle. But the Congress itself included a variety of political groups and opinions. So the assembly had many members who did not agree with the Congress. In social terms too, the assembly represented members from different language groups, caste, classes, religions and occupations. So even if the Constituent Assembly was elected by universal adult franchise, so its composition would not have been very different. Yes, finally, the manner in which the Constituent Assembly worked gives sanctity to the Constitution, and the Constituent Assembly worked in a systematic, open, and consensual manner. Yes, first some basic principles were decided and agreed upon. Then a drafting committee chaired by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar prepared a draft constitution for discussion. So several rounds of through discussion took place on the draft constitution. So clause by clause, so more than 2000 amendments were considered. The members deliberated for 114 days, spread over 3 years. Every document presented and every word spoken in the Constituent Assembly has been recorded and preserved. So, these are called Constituent Assembly debates. Yes, friends. जब हम संविधान की और संविधान प्रक्रिया की बात करते हैं, तब कई सारे मुद्दों के ऊपर चर्चा हुई, कुछ ओपिनियंस, कुछ सजेशंस के देखते हुए कुछ अमेंडमेंट्स भी की गई और उसके बाद हमारा एक संविधान बनाया गया था. सो first some basic principles were decided and agreed upon. Then a drafting committee chaired by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar prepared a draft constitution for discussion, and several rounds of through discussion took place on the draft constitution. So clause by clause, yes, more than 2000 amendments were considered. The members deliberated for 114 days, spread over 3 years. Every document presented and every word spoken in the Constituent Assembly has been recorded and preserved. So these are called Constituent Assembly debates. When printed, these debates are 12 bulky volumes. These debates provide the rationale behind every provision of the Constitution, and these are used to interpret the meaning of the Constitution. Yes, 3 सालों के लंबे कार्यकाल के बाद हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बनाया गया, जिसमें कई सारे डिबेट्स थे, कई सारे अमेंडमेंट्स, जिसके बाद हमारे संविधान का निर्माण हुआ है. Yes, now we'll see the guiding values of the Indian Constitution. Yes, after the formation of Constitution, we'll see the guiding values of the Indian Constitution. Yes. So, in this book, we shall study the exact provisions of the Constitution on different subjects. So, at this stage, let us begin by the understanding the overall philosophy of what our constitution is all about. Yes. Now, what our constitution is all about, we can do this in two ways. We can understand it by reading the views of some of our major leaders on our constitution, but it is equally important to read what the constitution says about its own philosophy. Yes, this is what the preamble to the constitution does. Yes, let us turn to this one by one. So friends, in our marathon sessions for NCERTs, we are covering page by page NCERTs. Those NCERTs will help you to understand the basic concepts are important in the context of our preliminary examination and also main examination. This is the comprehensive coverage. So the dream and the promise. Some of we may have noticed a name missing from the sketches of the makers of the constitution, Mahatma Gandhi. Yes, he was not a member of the Constituent Assembly, yet there were many members who followed his vision. Yes, years ago, writing in his magazines Young India in 1931, he had spelled out what he wanted the constitution to do. Yes. So, where he mentioned, I shall strive for a constitution which will release India from all thraldom and patronage. Yes, I shall mark for an India in which the poorest shall feel that it is their country in whose making they have an effective voice, an India in which there shall be no high class and low class of people, an India in which all communities shall live in perfect harmony. There can be no room in such an India for the curse of untouchability or the curse of the intoxicating drinks and drugs. Yes, women will enjoy the some rights as men. Yes, women will enjoy the same rights as men, and I shall be satisfied with nothing else. Yes. So, this dream of an India that has eliminated inequality was shared by Dr. Ambedkar, who played a key role in the making of the constitution, but he had a different understanding of how inequalities could be removed. He often bitterly criticized Mahatma Gandhi and his vision. In his concluding speech to the Constituent Assembly, he stated his annexity very clearly. Yes, finally let us turn to Jawaharlal Nehru giving his famous speech to the Constituent Assembly at the stroke of midnight of 15th August 1947. Yes. So on the 26th January 1950, we are going to enter a life of contradictions in politics. Yes. So before that, we'll see. So this dream of an Indian or India that has eliminated inequality was shared by Dr. Ambedkar, who played a key role in the making of constitution, but he had a different understanding how inequalities could be removed. Yes. In his concluding speech to the Constituent Assembly, he stated his annexity very clearly. Yes, he stated that on the 26th of January 1950, we are going to enter a life of contradictions. In politics, we will have equality, and in social and economic life, we will have inequality. In politics, we will be recognizing the principle of one man, one vote, and one vote value. In our social and economic life, we shall, by reason of our social and economic structure, continue to deny the principle of one man, one value. Yes. How long shall we continue to live this life of contradictions? How long shall we continue to deny equality in our social and economic life? If we continue to deny it for long, we will do so only by putting our political democracy in peril. Yes. So, this is the concluding speech to the Constituent Assembly, where he stated his annexity in very clear words. Now, we'll see the more personalities like K.M. Munshi, born in Gujarat, advocate, historian, and linguist, Congress leader, and Gandhian, yes, later minister in the Union Cabinet, founder of the Swatantra Party, K.M. Munshi. Yes, then another famous personality, Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Yes, born in Madhya Pradesh, chairman of drafting committee, social revolutionary thinker, and agitator against caste divisions and caste-based inequalities. Later law minister in the first cabinet of post-independence India and founder of Republic Party of India. Yes. Then S.P. Mukherjee, Shama Prasad Mukherjee, born in West Bengal, Minister for Industry and Supply in the interim government, educationist and lawyer, active in Hindu Mahasabha, later president, founder and president of Bharatiya Janasangh. Yes. So, after the concluding speech of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, finally let us turn to Jawaharlal Nehru giving his famous speech to the Constituent Assembly at the stroke of midnight on 15th August 1947. Yes, we'll see this speech. Yes, long years ago, we made a task with destiny, and now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. Yes, a moment comes, which comes but rarely in history, when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends, and when the soul of a nation, long suppressed, finds utterance. It is fitting that, yes, it is fitting that at this solemn moment we take the pledge of dedication to the service of India and her people and to the still larger cause of humanity. So, freedom and power bring responsibility. The responsibility rests upon this assembly, a sovereign body representing the sovereign people of India. Before the birth of freedom, we have endured all the pains of labor, and our hearts are heavy with the memory of this sorrow. So, some of those pains continue even now. So, nevertheless, the past is over and it is the future that begins to us now. Yes, that future is not one of ease or resting, but of insistent striving so that we may fulfill the pledges we have so often taken and the one we shall take today. So, the service of India means the service of the millions who suffer. It means the ending of poverty and ignorance and disease and inequality of opportunity. The ambition of the greatest man of our generation has been to wipe every tear from every eye. Yes, that may be beyond us, but as long as there are tears and suffering, so long our work will not be over. Yes, the speech was in the Constituent Assembly on 15th August 1947. Yes, Ramkumar, in this marathon session, we are studying about democratic politics. Yes. So now we'll see the another famous personalities. Jawaharlal Nehru was born in Uttar Pradesh, Prime Minister of the interim government, lawyer and Congress leader, advocate of socialism, democracy, and anti imperialism, later first Prime Minister of India. Then Sarojini Naidu. Yes, we are studying the famous personalities of the Constituent Assembly. Sarojini Naidu was born in Andhra Pradesh, poet, writer, and political activist. So, among the foremost women leaders in the Congress, later governor of Uttar Pradesh, yes, Somnath Lahiri, born in West Bengal, writer and editor, leader of the Communist Party of India, later member of the West Bengal Legislative Assembly. Yes, now we'll see philosophy of the Constitution. Yes. So we have started making of the Indian Constitution, where we have covered the path to the Constitution, yes, making of the Indian Constitution, then we have covered the path to Constitution, then the Constituent Assembly, yes, an assembly of elective representative, yes, drafting of the Constitution was done by an assembly of elected representative called the Constituent Assembly. Then we have covered guiding values of the Indian constitutions, the dream and the promise. Yes, then we'll see the philosophy of the constitution. Yes, values that inspired and guided the freedom struggle and were in terms nurtured by it. So form the foundation for India's democracy. So these values are embedded in the preamble of the Indian Constitution and they guide all the articles of the Indian Constitution. So the Constitution begins with a short statement of its basic values. So this is called the preamble to the Constitution. Yes, taking inspiration from American model, most countries in the contemporary world have chosen to begin their constitutions with a preamble. Yes. So here are the preambles of USA and the South Africa. So the US preamble with the people of the United States in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Yes, this is the preamble of United States of America. And then the preamble of the South Africa. We the people of South Africa recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. Yes, we therefore, through our freely elected representative, adopt this constitution as the supreme law of the republic so as to and real the divisions of the past and established a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Yes, lay the foundation for a democratic and open society in which Government is based on the will of the people, and every citizen is equally protected by law. Yes. So, build a united and democratic South Africa, able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. May God protect our people. Akosi Sikil Africa, Morena Boloka Setijabasa, God seen Sud Africa, God bless South Africa. Yes. So these are the preambles of United States of America and South Africa. Yes. Hello Aniket. In today's session we are studying about the democratic politics NCERT class 9th. Yes. Now after the preamble of South Africa and United States of America, we'll see our preamble. Yes. Which is, let us read the preamble of our constitution very carefully and understand the meaning of each of its keywords. Yes. So, the preamble of the constitution reads like a poem on democracy. Yes. So, it contains the philosophy on which the entire constitution has been built. Yes. It provides a standard to examine and evaluate any law and action of government to find out whether it is good or bad, or it is the soul to the Indian constitution. Yes. Now, in one go, we'll learn or we'll read the preamble first. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens, yes, justice, liberty, yes, justice, liberty, equality, fraternity. So, justice, social, economic, and political, liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of status and opportunity, and to promote among them all, fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual and the unity and integrity of the nation. Yes, in our Constituent Assembly, this 26th day of November 1949, do hereby adopt, enact, and give to ourselves this Constitution. Yes, now we'll see the detailed description of our preamble. Yes, here we, the people of India, yes, the constitution has been drawn up and enacted by the people through their representative and not handed down to them by a king or any outside powers. Yes, we the people of India means there is no interference to forming the constitution by any external interventions or foreign stakeholders, then sovereign. So people have supreme right to make decision on internal as well as external matters. No external power can dictate the government of India. Yes, that is a sovereign. Then socialist. Wealth is generated socially and should be shared equally by society. Government should regulate the ownership of land and industry to reduce socio-economic inequalities. Yes. Then secular. Citizens have complete freedom to follow any religion, but there is no official religion. So government treats all religions or all religious beliefs and practices with equal respect. Yes, the secular. Then democratic. So a form of government where people enjoy equal political rights, elect their rulers and hold them accountable. The government is run according to some basic rules. Yes. So the republic. Yes, republic. The head of the state is an elected person and not a hereditary position. Yes. Then justice. Citizens cannot be discriminated on the grounds of caste, religion, and gender. So social inequalities have to be reduced. So government should work for the welfare of all, especially of the disadvantaged groups. Yes. Then liberty. There are no unreasonable restrictions on the citizen in what they think, how they wish to express their thoughts, and the way they wish to follow their thoughts in action. Yes, then equality. All are equal before the law. The traditional social inequalities had to be ended. The government should ensure equal opportunity for all. Yes, this is the equality. And then fraternity. So all of us should behave as if we are members of the same family. No one should treat a fellow citizen as inferior. Yes. So the terms socialist and secular were added in preamble through the 42nd Constitutional Amendment in 1976. Yes. So the socialist and secular terms were added in the preamble through 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act 1976. Yes. Now we'll see institutional design. Yes. So a constitution is not merely a statement of values and philosophy. So as we noted above, a constitution is mainly about embodying these values into institutional arrangements. So much of the document called Constitution of India is about these arrangements. It is a very long and detailed document. So therefore, it needs to be amended quite regularly to keep it updated. So those who crafted the Indian Constitution felt that it has to be in accordance with the people's aspirations and changes in society. Yes, they did not see it as a static and unalterable law. So they made provisions to incorporate changes from time to time, and these changes are called constitutional amendments. Yes, the Constitution describes the institutional arrangements in a very legal language. Yes, if if we read the Constitution for the first time, it can be quite difficult to understand. Yet, the basic institution yet the basic institutional design is not very difficult to understand, like any constitution. So, the Indian Constitution lays down a procedure for choosing persons to govern the country. It defines who will have how much power to take which decisions, and it puts limits to what the government can do by providing some rights to the citizen that cannot be violated. So the remaining three chapters were about these three aspects of the working of Indian Constitution. We shall look at some key constitutional provisions in each chapter and understand how they work in democratic politics. Yes, but so this textbook will not cover all the salient features of the institutional design in the Indian Constitution. So some other aspects will be covered in our next NCERT as well. Yes. Now we'll see the terminology we have used in this chapter: apartheid, which means the official policy of racial separation and ill treatment of blacks followed by the government of South Africa between 1948 and 1989. The Constituent Assembly means an assembly of people's representative that writes a constitution for a country. Constitution means supreme law of a country containing fundamental rules governing the politics and society in a country. Then constitutional amendment, a change in the constitution made by a supreme legislative body in a country. Then draft, a preliminary version of a legal document. Preamble, and introductory statement in a constitution which states the reasons and guiding values of the constitution. Yes, Yes. So the trust, a meeting or meeting place that has been agreed upon. Rest. Yes. Treason, the offense of attempting to overthrow the government of the state to which the offender owes allegiance. Yes. Now, so in this chapter, we have covered about the constitutional design, where we have studied yes, where we have covered few aspects like there are certain basic rules that the citizen and the government have to follow, and all such rules together are called constitution. Yes, as the supreme law of the country, the constitutional determines the rights of citizens, the powers of government, and how the government should function. Yes. So after that we have studied recent instances of designing constitution for a democratic state, that of South Africa. Yes, we have covered this democratic constitution in South Africa, a struggle against apartheid. Then the African formation of African constitution. Yes, after that we have covered why do we need constitution. Yes, so it generates a degree of trust and coordination that is necessary for different kind of people to live together. Second, it specifies, constitution specifies how the government will be constituted and who will have power to take which decisions. Third, it lays down limits on the powers of the government and tells us what the rights of the citizens are. And fourth, it expresses the aspirations of the people about creating a good society. Yes. Then, making of the Indian Constitution. Yes. Then we have covered the making of the Indian Constitution. Yes. So, after that we have covered the Constituent Assembly. So the drafting of the Constitution was done by an assembly of elected representatives called the Constituent Assembly. Then, guiding values of the Indian Constitution. Yes, the dream and the promise. Then we have covered few speeches or the thoughts expressed by the experts and members of the Constituent Assembly. Yes. So, we have covered the philosophy of the Constitution. Then, we have covered the preamble of US and African Constitution, and after that, we have studied about preamble of our Indian Constitution. Yes, we learned about the meaning in short. Yes, then we have covered institutional design. Now, after that, we'll start yes, we'll see electoral politics. Now, in the next, we'll see electoral politics. Yes, in the NCERT textbook of democratic politics, we'll continue with the third chapter, electoral politics. So, in the first chapter, as we have covered the democracy, so we have seen that in a democracy, it is neither possible nor necessary for people to govern directly. So, the most common form of democracy in our times is for the people to govern through their representatives. Yes, so we will look at how these representatives are elected. We begin by understanding why elections are necessary and useful in a democracy. Yes, we try to understand how electoral competition among parties serves the people. We then go on to ask what makes an election democratic. The basic idea here is to distinguish democratic elections from non-democratic elections. Yes. So, to assess elections in India in the light of this yardstick, we take a look at each stage of elections from the drawing of boundaries of different constituencies to the declaration of results. So, at each stage, we ask what should happen and what does happen in elections. Yes, so we turn to an assessment whether elections in India are free and fair. Here also examine the role of the election commission in ensuring free and fair elections. Yes, so friends, in this chapter we'll learn about each and everything related to the representatives and election process. Yes. Now, so friends, we'll start with why elections. Yes. So here is the, we'll see the report. Now first we'll understand why elections. Yes. So here's the news. Assembly elections in Haryana. The time is after midnight and expectant crowd sitting on the past 5 hours in a chalk of the town is waiting for its leader to come. The organizers assure and reassure the crowd that he would be in here any moment. So the crowd stand up whenever a passing vehicle comes that way. It arouses hopes that he has come. The leader is Mr. Devilal, chief of the Haryana Sangharsh Samiti, who was to address a meeting in Karnal on Thursday night. So the 76-year-old leader is very busy man these days. His day starts at 8 a.m. and ends after 11 p.m. He had already addressed 9 election meetings since morning, so been constantly addressing public meetings for the past 23 months and preparing for these elections. Yes. So friends, this newspaper report is about the state assembly election in Haryana in 1987. So the state had been ruled by a Congress party led government since 1982. So the Chaudhary Devilal, then an opposition leader, led a movement called Nyay Yudh, Struggle for Justice, and formed a new party, Lokdal. Yes, his party joined other opposition parties to form a front against the Congress in the elections. So, in the election campaign, Devilal said that his party won the elections. His government would waive the loans of farmers and small businessmen. Yes, he promised that this would be the first action of his government. Yes, the people were unhappy with existing government. They were also attracted by Devilal's promise. So when elections were held, they voted overwhelmingly in favor of Lokdal and its allies. So Lokdal and its partners won 76 out of 90 seats in the state assembly. Yes, Lokdal and its partners won 76 out of 90 seats in the state assembly. So Lokdal alone won 60 seats and thus had a clear majority in the assembly. So the Congress would win only 5 seats. Yes, once the election results were announced, the sitting chief minister resigned. Then the newly elected members of Legislative Assembly, MLAs of Lokdal, chose Devilal as their leader and the governor invited Devilal to be the new chief minister. Yes, as soon as he became the chief minister, his government issued a government order waiving the outstanding loans of small farmers, agricultural laborers, and small businessmen. His party ruled the state for 4 years. So the next election were held in 1991, but this time his party did not win popular support and the Congress won the election and formed the government. Yes, see this story guys, friends. Yes. So, this is the story of the state election in the Haryana Assembly. Yes. Now we'll see, why do we need elections? Yes. Now we'll see why we need elections and what makes an election democratic. Yes. So, election take place regularly in any democracy. Yes. So election take place regularly in any democracy. So there are more than 100 countries in the world in which election take place to choose people's representatives. Yes. We also read that elections are held in many countries that are not democratic. But why do we need elections? Let us try to imagine a democracy without elections. So a rule of the people is possible without any elections if all the people can sit together every day and take all the decisions. But as we have already seen in first chapter, so this is not possible in any large community. So nor is it possible for everyone to have the time and knowledge to take decision on all matters. So therefore, in most democracies, people rule through their representatives. Yes. Yes, friends. So, is there a democratic way of selecting representatives without elections? So let us think of place where representatives are selected on the basis of age and experience, or a place where they are chosen on the basis of education or knowledge. Yes. So there could be some difficulty in deciding on who is more experienced or knowledgeable. So, but let us say the people can resolve these difficulties. So clearly, such a place does not require elections. Yes. Now, here we'll learn about why do we need elections. Yes. So, let us say the people can resolve these difficulties, and clearly such a place does not require election. But can we call this place a democracy? Yes, where people are selected on their experience, age, or education. So, how do we find out if the people like their representatives or not? How do we ensure that these representatives rule as per the wishes of the people? How to make sure that those who the people don't like do not remain their representatives? So this requires a mechanism by which people can choose their representatives at regular intervals and change them if they wish to do so. Yes, this mechanism is called election. So, therefore, elections are considered essential in our times for any representative democracy. Yes. So, friends, in an election, the voters make many choices. They can choose who will make laws for them. They can choose who will form the government and take major decisions. They can choose the party whose policies will guide the government and lawmaking. Yes. So, what makes an election democratic? Yes. So, in an election, the voters make many choices. They can choose who will make laws for them. They can choose who will form the government and take major decisions. And people can choose the party whose policies will guide the government and lawmaking. Yes. Now we'll see what makes an election. So elections can be held in many ways. All democratic countries hold elections, but most non-democratic countries also hold some kind of elections. Yes. How do we distinguish democratic elections from any other election? Yes, we have discussed this question earlier in chapter 1. So, we discussed many examples of countries where elections are held, but they are can't really be called democratic elections. So let us recall what we learned there and start with a simple list of minimum conditions of a democratic election. Yes. So first, everyone should be able to choose. This means that everyone should have one vote and every vote should have equal value. Yes, everyone should be able to choose, and this means that everyone should have one vote and every vote should have equal value. Yes. Second, There should be something to choose from. Parties and candidates should be free to contest elections and should offer some real choice to the voters. Yes. Third, the choice should be offered at regular intervals. So elections must be held regularly after every few years. And fourth, the candidate preferred by the people should get elected. And fifth, elections should be conducted in a free and fair manner where people can choose as they really wish. Yes. So, these might look like very simple and easy conditions, but there are many countries where these are not fulfilled. Yes. So, we will apply this condition to the elections held in our own country to see if we can call these democratic elections. Yes. Is it good to have political competition? So, election are thus all about political competition. Yes, this competition takes various forms. The most obvious form is the competition among political parties. At the constituency level, it takes the form of competition among several candidates. If there is no competition, elections will become pointless. Yes, but it is good to have political competition. Clearly, an electoral competition has many demerits. It creates a scene of disunity and factionalism. So, in every locality. So, you would have heard of people complaining of party politics in your locality. So, different political parties and leaders often level allegations against one another. So, parties and candidates often use dirty tricks to win elections. Some people say that this pressure to win electoral fights does not allow sensible long term policies to be formulated. So, some good people who may wish to serve the country do not enter this arena. So, they do not like the idea of being dragged into unhealthy competition. Yes. So, basically, elections are this is all about political competition. Yes, if there is no competition, elections will become pointless. So, but is it good to have political competition? So, clearly, an electoral competition has many demerits. It creates a sense of disunity and factionalism in every locality. Yes, yes, we would have heard of people complaining of party politics in a locality. Yes, different political parties and leaders often level allegations against one another, and parties and candidates often use dirty tricks to win elections. So, some people say that this pressure to win electoral fights does not allow sensible long term policies to be formulated, and some good people who may wish to serve the country do not enter this arena. So, Some people think that they should not be a part of this unhealthy competition. Yes. So our constitution make us were aware of these problems. So yet they opted for free competition in election as their way to select our future leaders. They did so because the system works better in the long run. In an ideal world, all political leaders know what is good for the people. Sorry. Yes, in an ideal world, all political leaders know what is good for the people and are motivated only by a desire to serve them. Yes, so political competition is not necessary in such an ideal world, but that it not but that is not what happens in real life. Yes, political leaders all over the world, like all other professionals, are motivated by desire to advance their political careers. So they want to remain in power or get power and positions for themselves. Yes. So they may wish to serve the people as well, but it is risky to depend entirely on their sense of duty. So, besides, even when they wish to serve the people, they may not know what is required to do so, or their ideas may not match what the people really want. Yes. How do we deal with this real life situation? Yes. So, one way is to try and improve the knowledge and character of political leaders. The other and more realistic way is to set up a system where political leaders are rewarded for serving the people and punished for not doing so. Yes. So, so even when they wish to serve the people, they may not know what is required to do so, or their ideas may not match what the people really want. Yes, how do we deal with this real life situation? So, one way is to try and improve the knowledge and character of political leaders. The other and more realistic way is to set up a system where political leaders are rewarded for serving the people and punished for not doing so. So, who decides this reward or punishment? So, the simple answer is the people. So, this is what electoral competition does. Regular electoral competition provides incentives to political parties and leaders. They know that if they raise issues that people want to be raised, their popularity and chances of victory will increase in the next elections. Yes, but if they fail to satisfy the voters with their work, then will not able to win again. Yes. Yes. So, if we are talking about how do we deal with this real life situation, so one way is to try and improve the knowledge and character of political leaders. Yes. Now, so if a political party is motivated only by desire to be in power, even then it will be forced to serve the people, and this is a bit like the way market works. Yes, even if a shopkeeper is interested only in his profit, he is forced to give good service to the customers. Yes. So if the if he does not, the customer will go to some other shop. Yes. If a political party is motivated only by desire to be in power, even then it will be forced to serve the people. So this is a bit like the way market works. Even if a shopkeeper interested only in his profit, he is forced to give good service to the customers. If he does not, the customer will go some other shop. Similarly, political competition may cause divisions and some ugliness. Yes, but it finally helps to force political parties and leaders to serve the people. Yes. Now see the cartoon in this picture. Yes. In the first picture, where मेरे पास योजनाएं हैं, घोषणाएं हैं, वायदे हैं, and the voter is replying मेरे पास vote है. See this cartoon. And then another cartoon where so looks like a political leader with the bag of promises and the voter behind that. Yes. So now we'll see what is our system of elections. Yes. After why do we need elections? What makes an election democratic? Or is it good to have political competition? We'll see what is our system of elections. Yes. Can we say that Indian elections are democratic? So, to answer this question, let us take a look at how elections are held in India. Yes. So, Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections are held regularly after every 5 years. Yes, after 5 years, the term of all the elected representatives comes to an end. So, the Lok Sabha or Vidhan Sabha stands dissolved. Yes. So, if we are understanding the election process in India, so Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections are held regularly after every 5 years. Yes. So basically, Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections are held regularly after every 5 years. Yes. So elections are held in all constituencies at the same time. Yes. Either on the same day or within a few days. So this is called a general election. Normally in our country, the elections of Lok Sabha are known as general elections. So sometimes election is held only for one constituency to fill the vacancy caused by death or resignation of a member. This is called a by-election. Yes. So now we'll see the general election in detail. Yes. So electoral constituencies. Yes, we read about the people of Haryana electing 90 MLAs, and we may have wondered how they did that. Yes, did every person in Haryana vote for all the 90 MLAs? Or you perhaps know that this is not the case. Yes, in our country, we follow an area based system of representation, and the country is divided into different areas for purposes of elections. So these areas are called electoral constituencies, and the voters who live in an area elect one representative. Yes. So the elections are held in all constituencies at the same time, either on the same day or within a few days. Yes. So this is called general election, and whereas sometimes election is held only for one constituency to fill the vacancy caused by death or resignation of a member. This is called a by-election. Yes. So in our country, we follow an area-based system of representation. So the country is divided into different areas for purposes of elections, and these areas are called electoral constituencies. So the voters who live in an area elect one representative. Yes. So for Lok Sabha elections, the country is divided into 543 constituencies, and the representatives elected from each constituency is called a member of parliament or an MP. Yes. So a member of parliament, one of, yes, we will now discuss. So the feature of democratic election is that every vote should have equal value. So that is why our constitution requires that each constituency should have roughly equal population living within it. Yes, so similarly, each state is divided into a specific number of assembly constituencies. Yes, in this case, the elected representative are called. So each state it is divided into a specific number of assembly constituencies, and in this case, the elected representative is called the member of legislative assembly or an MLA. Yes, each parliamentary constituency has within it several assembly constituencies. So the same principle applies for panchayat and municipal elections. Yes, each village or town is divided into several wards that are like constituencies. So each ward elects one member of the village or the urban local body. So sometimes these constituencies are counted as seats. For each constituency represents one seat in the assembly. When we say the Lok Dal won 60 seats, in Haryana it means that candidates of Lok Dal won in 60 assembly constituencies in the state, and thus Lok Dal had 60 MLAs in the state assembly. Yes. Now, here is the pictorial representation of Gulbarga Lok Sabha constituency and Gulbarga Kalburgi district in Karnataka. Yes. So we'll see in this first picture so Gulbarga rural. Yes, see the constituency in the district. So see the district in Karnataka. Yes, this is the districts in Karnataka where we will discuss about the Lok Sabha constituency. Yes, so here is the each parliamentary constituency has within it several assembly constituencies. Yes, so in Gulbarga Lok Sabha constituency there are number of assembly constituencies like Gulbarga rural, which is reserved for SC candidate, then Gulbarga Uttar, then Gulbarga Dakshin, Afzalpur, Jivragi, Chitapur is also reserved for SC candidate, then Sedam and Gurmitkal. Yes. So these are the representation of the Lok Sabha constituency which includes a number of assembly constituencies. Now, now we'll see reserved constituencies. Yes, our constitution entitles every citizen our constitution entitles every citizen to elect her or his representative and to be elected as a representative. So the constitution makers, however, were worried that in an open electoral competition, certain weaker sections may not stand a good chance to get elected to the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies. Yes, they may not have the required resources, education, and contacts to contest and win elections against others. So, those who are influential and resourceful may prevent them from winning elections. Yes, if that happens, our parliament and assemblies would be deprived of the voice of a significant section of our population. Yes, so that would make our democracy less representative and less democratic. Yes, so the makers of our constitution thought of a special system of reserved constituencies for weaker sections. Yes, so the makers of our constitution thought of a special system of reserved constituencies for the weaker sections, and some constituencies are reserved for people who belong to the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Yes, in a SC reserved constituencies, only someone who belongs to the scheduled caste can stand for election. So similarly, only those belonging to the scheduled tribes can contest an election from a constituency reserved for scheduled tribe. Yes. Then this system of reservation was extended later to other weaker sections at the district and local level. So in many states, seats in rural panchayat and urban municipalities and corporations, local bodies are now reserved for other backward classes OBC as well. So however, the proportion of seats reserved varies from state to state, and similarly, one third of the seats are reserved in rural and urban local bodies for women candidates. Yes, now voters list. So once the constituencies are decided, the next step is to decide who can and who cannot vote. Yes, this decision cannot be left to anyone till the last day. So, in a democratic election, the list of those who are eligible to the vote is prepared much before the election and given to everyone. Yes, this list is officially called the electoral roll and is commonly known as the voters list. Yes, this is an important step for it is linked to the first condition of a democratic election. So everyone should get an equal opportunity to choose representatives. Yes, earlier we read about the principle of universal adult franchise. In practice, it means that everyone should have one vote and each vote should have equal value. Yes, no one should be denied the right to vote without a good reason. So different citizens differ from one another in many ways. So some are rich, some are poor, some are highly educated, and some are not so educated or not educated at all. Yes, some are kind, so others are not too kind, but all of them are human beings with their own needs and views. Yes, that is why all of them deserve to have an equal say in decisions that affect them. Yes, in our country, all the citizens aged 18 years and above can vote in an election. So every citizen has the right to vote regardless of his or her caste, religion, or gender. So some criminals and persons with unsound mind can be denied the right to vote, but only in rare situations. So it is the responsibility of the government to get the names of all the eligible voters put on the voters list. Yes, as new persons attain voting age, names are added to the voters list. So names of those who move out of a place or those who are dead are deleted. So complete revision of the list takes place every 5 years. So this is done to ensure that it remains up to date. Yes, friends. So a complete revision of the list takes place every 5 years, and this is done to ensure that it remains up to date. So in the last few years, a new system of election photo identity card EPIC has been introduced, and the government has tried to give this card to every person on the voters list. So the voters are required to carry this card when they go out to vote so that no one can vote for someone else. Yes. So the card is not yet compulsory for voting, but the card is not yet compulsory for voting. For voting, the voters can show many other proofs of identity like the ration card or the driving license? Yes. Now, nomination of candidates. Yes, now we'll see the nomination of candidates. So, we noted about that in a democratic election, people should have a real choice. So, this happens only when there are almost no restrictions on anyone to contest an election, and this is what our system provides. Yes, anyone who can be a voter can also become a candidate in elections, and the only difference is that in order to be a candidate, the minimum age is 25 years, while it is only 18 years for being voter. So there are some other restrictions on criminals, etc., but these apply in very extreme cases. So political parties nominate their candidates who get the party symbol and support, and party's nomination is often called party ticket. Yes, every person who wishes to contest an election has to fill a nomination form and give some money as a security deposit. So recently, a new system of declaration has been introduced on direction from the Supreme Court. So every candidate has to make a legal declaration giving full details of serious criminal cases pending against the candidate, details of the assets and liabilities of the candidate and his or her family, educational qualifications of the candidate. Yes, this information has to be made public, and this provides an opportunity to the voters to make their decision on the basis of the information provided by the candidates. Yes, now we'll see. Now we'll see the election qualifications for candidates. Yes, why is there no educational qualification for holding such an important position when some kind of election or educational qualification is needed for any other job in the country? Yes, educational qualifications are not relevant to all kinds of jobs. So the relevant qualification for selection to the Indian cricket team, for example, it is not attainment of educational degrees but the ability to play cricket well. Similarly, the relevant qualification for being an MLA or MPs is the ability to understand people's concern, problems, and to represent their interests. Yes, whether can do so or not is examined by lakhs of examiners, their voters after every 5 years. So even if education was relevant, it should be left to the people to decide how much importance they give to educational qualifications. Yes, so if we are talking about the educational qualification for candidates to participate in election, yes, in our country, putting an educational qualification would go against the spirit of democracy for yet another reason. So it would mean depriving a majority of country's citizens the right to contest elections. So if, for example, a graduate degree like BA, BCom or BSc was made compulsory for candidates, then more than 90% of the citizens will become ineligible to contest elections. Yes. So, the nomination of candidates, and we have studied the educational qualifications for the candidates. Yes. So, see the map. So, there are total constituencies 543. So, the red marked as a scheduled reserved for scheduled castes and green for reserved for scheduled tribes. Yes. So, see the picture where, if we are talking about the total number of constituencies 543. Yes. Now, so there are 25 constituencies in Andhra Pradesh, 2 in Arunachal Pradesh, 14 in Assam, 14 in Bihar, Chhattisgarh 11, Goa 2, Gujarat 26, Haryana 10, Himachal Pradesh 4, Jharkhand 14, Karnataka 28, Kerala 20, Madhya Pradesh 29. Yes. Maharashtra 48, Manipur 2, Meghalaya 2, Mizoram 1, Nagaland 1, Odisha 21, Punjab 13, Rajasthan 25, Sikkim 1, Tamil Nadu 39, Telangana 17, Tripura 2, Uttar Pradesh 80, Uttarakhand 5, West Bengal 42. And also there are representatives from the Union territories like Andaman and Nicobar Island 1, Chandigarh 1, Dadra Nagar Haveli and Daman Diu 1, Delhi 7, Jammu and Kashmir 5, Ladakh 1, Lakshadweep 1 and Puducherry 1. Yes. So, this is all about the constituencies. Now, then electoral roll. Yes. So you can see the electoral roll details in given in the book. Yes. Now, so election campaign. Yes. Now after that we'll see the election campaign. So friends, so till the now we have covered why elections, then why do we need elections, what makes an election democratic, then it is good to have political competition, and what is our system of elections. Yes, then we have covered electoral constituencies, Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. Yes, so Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha, that is assembly elections, are held regularly after every 5 years. So normally we are calling the elections of Lok Sabha and these regular elections as general election. Then we have studied about the constituency, reserved constituency and voters list. Yes, then nomination of candidates, then electoral roll. Now we'll see the election campaign. So the main purpose of election is to give people a chance to choose the representatives and the government and the policies they prefer. Yes. So the main purpose of election to give people a chance to choose the representatives, the government and the policies they prefer. So therefore it is necessary to have a free and open discussion about who is better representative, which party will make a better government, or what is good policy. So this is what happens during election campaigns. Yes. So in our country, such as campaigns takes place for a 2 week period between the announcement of the final list of candidates and the date of polling. Yes. Right. Now, so during the this period, the candidates contact their voters, political leaders, address election meetings and political parties, mobilize their supporters. So this is also the period when newspapers and television news are full of election related stories and debates. Yes, but election campaign is not limited to these 2 weeks only. Yes, political parties start preparing for elections months before they actually take place. Yes. So, in election campaigns, political parties try to focus public attention on some big issues. Yes. So, in election campaigns, political parties try to focus public attention on some big issues. They want to attract the public to that issue and get them to vote for their party on that basis. Yes. Let us look at some of the successful slogans given by different political parties in various elections. Yes. So, the Congress party led by Indira Gandhi gave the slogan of Garibi Hatao in the Lok Sabha elections of 1971, and the party promised to reorient all the policies of the government to remove poverty from the country. Yes. Then save democracy. So save democracy was the slogan given by Janata Party under the leadership of Jayaprakash Narayan in the Lok Sabha elections held in 1977. So the party promised to undo the expresses committed during emergency and restore civil liberties. Yes. So the left front used the slogan of land to the tiller in the West Bengal Assembly elections held in 1977. So, protect the self-respect of the Telugus was the slogan used by N.T. Ramarao, the leader of the Telugu Desam party in Andhra Pradesh Assembly election in 1983. Yes. So, in a democracy, it is best to leave political parties and candidates free to conduct their election campaigns the way they want to, but it is sometimes necessary to regulate campaigns to ensure that every political party and candidate gets fair and equal chance to compete. Yes, according to our election law, no party or candidate can bribe or threaten voters, appeal to them in the name of caste or religion, use government resources for election campaign, and spend more than 25 lakh in constituency for a Lok Sabha election or 10 lakh in a constituency in an assembly election. Yes, if they do so, their election can be rejected by the court even after they have been declared elected. So, in addition to the laws, all the political parties in our country have agreed to a model code of conduct for election campaigns, and according to this, no party or candidate can use any place of worship for election propaganda, use government vehicles, aircraft, and officials for elections, And once elections are announced, ministers shall not lay foundation stones of any projects, take any big policy decisions, or make any promises of providing public facilities. Yes. Now, polling and counting of votes. So, the final stage of an election is the day when the voters cast or poll their vote. So, that day is usually called the election day. So, every person whose name is on the voters list can go to nearby polling booth, situated usually in a local school or a government office. So, once the voter goes inside the booth, the election officials identify her, put a mark on her finger, and allow her to cast her vote. So, an agent of each candidate is allowed to sit inside the polling booth and ensure that the voting takes place in a fair way. Yes. So, election campaign, then polling and counting of votes. Yes. Now, in the polling booth, so the representative of the candidates are also observe that the voting process should be fair. Yes. So earlier, the voters used to indicate who they wanted to vote for by putting a stamp on the ballot paper. And a ballot paper is a sheet of paper on which the names of the contesting candidates along with party name and symbols are listed. So nowadays, electronic voting machines EVM are used to record votes, and the machine shows the names of the candidates and the party symbols. So independent candidates to have their own symbols allotted by election commission, and all that the voter has to do is to press the button against the name of the candidate he or she wants to give her vote. So once the polling is over, all the EVMs are sealed and taken to a secure place. Yes. So a few days later, on a fixed date, all the EVMs from a constituency are open and the votes secured by each candidate are counted. So the agents of all candidates are present there to ensure that the counting is done properly, and the candidate who secures the highest number of votes from a constituency is declared elected. Yes. So in a general election, usually the counting of votes in all the constituencies takes place at the same time. So on the same day, television channels, radio and newspapers report this event. So within a few hours of counting, all the results are declared and it becomes clear to who will form the next government. Yes. So there is one chart as well, as we have learned about the pictorial representation of Gulbarga residency. So this chart is given to understand the example of constituency. Yes, so the election results of Gulbarga constituency general election Lok Sabha 2014 was given. So now, after this, we'll see what makes elections in India democratic. Yes. So, we get to read a lot about unfair practices in elections. So, newspapers and television reports often refer to such allegations. So, most of these reports are about the following. Yes, inclusive of false names and exclusion of genuine names in the voter lists, misuse of government facilities by officials by the ruling party, excessive use of money by rich candidates and big parties, and intimidation of voters and rigging on the polling day. Yes, yes, many of these reports are correct. So we feel unhappy when we read or see such reports. So, but fortunately, they are not on such a scale so as to defeat the very purpose of elections. So, this becomes clearly if we ask a basic question: can a party win an election and come to power not because it has popular support but through electoral malpractices? So, this is a vital question. Let us carefully examine various aspects of this question. Yes, now we'll see the what makes election in India democratic. So, there are features like if we are talking about so independent election commission. Yes, we have independent election commission. So one simple way of checking whether elections are fair or not is to look at who conducts the elections and they independent of the government, or can the government or the ruling party influence or pressurize them? Do they have enough powers to be able to conduct free and fair elections? Or do they actually use these powers? Yes, the answer to all these questions is quite positive for our country. Yes, in our country, elections are conducted by an independent and very powerful election commission. So it enjoys the same kind of independence that the judiciary enjoys. The Chief Election Commissioner is appointed by the President of India, but once appointed, the Chief Election Commissioner is not answerable to the President or the government. Yes, even if the ruling party or the government does not like what the commission does, it is virtually impossible for is to remove the Chief Election Commissioner. Yes. So very few election commissions in the world have such wide ranging powers as the Election Commission of India. Yes. So Election Commission takes decision on every aspect of conduct and control of elections, from the announcement of elections to the declaration of results. It implements the code of conduct and punishes any candidate or party that violates it. Yes, during the election period, the Election Commission can order the government to follow some guidelines to prevent use and misuse of governmental power to enhance its chances to win elections, or to transfer some government officials. Yes, when on election duty, government officers work under the control of the Election Commission and not the government. Yes. So, so during the election period, the Election Commission can order the government to follow some guidelines to prevent use and misuse of governmental powers, to enhance its chances to win elections, or to transfer some government officials. Yes, when on election duty, government officers work under the control of the Election Commission and not the government. Yes, in the last 25 years or so, the Election Commission has begun to exercise all its powers and even expand them. It is very common now for the Election Commission to reprimand the government and administration for their lapses. So when election officials come to the opinion that polling was not fair in some booths or even an entire constituency, they order to repoll. The ruling parties often do not like what the election commission does, but they have to obey. So this would not have happened if the election commission was not independent and powerful. So see, the role of election commission is very important to conducting free and fair elections. Yes. Now we'll see popular participation. Yes. So another way to check the quality of the election process is to see whether people participate in it with enthusiasm, or if the election process is not free or fair, so people will not continue to participate in the exercise. Now, read the charts and draw some conclusions about participation in India. Yes. So people's participation in election is usually measured by voter turnout figures. So turnout indicates the percent of eligible voters who actually cast their vote over the last 50 years. So the turnout in Europe and North America has declined, and in India the turnout has either remained stable or actually gone up. Yes. See the voter turnout in given graph. Yes. So this is the voter turnout and election year. So in 2015, the voter turnout is around 78%, whereas in 1991 was 59%. If we'll see, correction, if we'll see the turnout in 1991 in United Kingdom, it was 56%, whereas in India was 78%. In 2015, the voters turnout in UK 66%, whereas in India also 66%. Yes. So see, so these are the few headlines for the functioning of the election commission in the way to conduct free and fair elections. Yes, election commission issues notification constituting 14th Lok Sabha. EC tighten norms for poll expenses. Election commission to visit Gujarat again review poll arrangements. High courts ask election commission to bar criminal netas. Election commission shoots down Home Minister advice on poll reforms. Photo I-cards not mandatory in Bihar polls. Election Commission accepts new Haryana DGP. Election Commission will seek power to censure political ads. Election Commission says no immediate plan to ban exit polls. Election Commission orders repoll in 398 more booths, and Election Commission to keep closer eye on hidden poll costs. Yes. Now we'll see the second point about the participation in our country. Yes. So in India, the poor, illiterate, and underprivileged people vote in larger proportion as compared to the rich and privileged sections. So this is in contrast to Western democracies. Yes. So, for example, in the United States of America, poor people, African Americans, and Hispanics vote much less than the rich and the white people. See, the graph is showing voter turnout in India and United States by social groups in 2004. Yes. So, third point is that common people in India attach a lot of importance to elections. They feel that through elections they can bring pressure on political parties to adopt policies and programs favorable to them. And they also feel that their vote matters in the way things are run in the country. Yes. Then, fourth point, the interest of voters in election related activities has been increasing over the years. So, during the 2004 elections, more than one third voters took part in a campaign related activities, and more than half of the people identified themselves as being close to one or other political party. Yes, so one out of every seven voters is a member of a political party. Yes. So, those who participated in any election related activity in India, the graph is showing election year 96, 1996, 1998, 1999, and 2004. Yes. Now we'll see the acceptance of election outcome. Yes. Hello everyone. In today's session we are studying democratic politics, where now we are studying about electoral politics. Yes. So after the various graph results, now we'll see the acceptance of outcome of election. So one final test of the free and fairness of election has in the outcome itself. So if elections are not free or fair, the outcome always favors the powerful. Yes, in such a situation, the ruling parties do not lose elections. So usually the losing party does not accept the outcome of rigged elections. Yes, the outcome of India's elections speaks for itself. Yes, so the ruling parties routinely lose elections in India both at the national and state level. In fact, in every two out of the three elections held in the last 25 years, the ruling party lost. Yes, in the United States, an incumbent or sitting elected representative rarely loses an election. And in India, about half of the sitting MPs or MLAs lose elections. Yes, candidates who are known to have spent a lot of money on buying votes, and those with known criminal connections often lose elections. Yes. So whereas barring, barring very few disputes, elections, yes, barring very few disputed elections, the electoral outcomes are usually accepted as people's verdict by the defeated party? Yes. Now, challenges to free and fair elections. Yes. Now we'll see the challenges to free and fair elections. Yes. So, the acceptance of election outcome. Yes. Which is the regular participation we have covered. So, in the popular participation we have covered the various aspects, then acceptance of election outcome. Now we'll see the challenges for free and fair elections. Yes. So above all the leads to a simple conclusion. So election in India are basically free and fair. The party that wins an election and forms government does so because people have chosen it over its rivals. Yes. This may not be true for every constituency. Yes. So, a few candidates may win purely on the basis of money power and unfair means, but the overall verdict of a general election still reflects a popular preference. Yes, there are very few exceptions to this rule in the last 60 years in our country. Yes, this is what makes Indian elections democratic. Yes, yet the picture looks different if we ask deeper questions. So, are people's preferences based on real knowledge? Are the voters getting a real choice? Is election really level playing field for everyone? Can an ordinary citizen hope to win elections? Yes. So we'll discuss. Yes. Yes. So the questions of this kind bring many limitations and challenges of Indian elections to our attention. Yes. So which includes candidates and parties with a lot of money may not be sure of their victory, but they do enjoy a big and unfair advantage over smaller parties and independents. Yes, in some parts of the country, candidates with criminal connection have been able to push others out of the electoral race and to secure a ticket from major parties. Yes, some families tend to dominate political parties. Tickets are distributed to relatives from these families. Yes, very often elections offer little choice to ordinary citizens. Yes, for both the major parties are quite similar to each other both in policies and practice. Yes, smaller parties and independent candidates suffer a huge disadvantage compared to bigger parties. Yes, these challenges exist not just in India but also in many established democracies. Yes, these deeper issues are a matter of concern for those who believe in democracy. Yes, that is why citizens, social activists, and organizations have been demanding reforms in our electoral system. Yes, can you think of some reforms? Like what can an ordinary citizen do to face these challenges? Yes. So we have like covered the code of conduct, constituency, incumbent, incumbent, level playing field, rigging and turnout. Yes. So after that, we'll see working of institutions. Yes, friends. So in this chapter, we have covered the electoral politics, yes, so we have covered why elections, why do we need elections, what makes an election democratic, is it good to have political competition, what is our system of elections, electoral constituencies, then reserved constituencies and voters list, then nomination of candidates, educational qualifications. Yes, we have discussed this topic as well. Then election campaign, polling and counting of votes. Then what makes elections in India democratic? Independent election commission. Yes. Then we have covered the importance of election commission as well. Then acceptance of election outcome, challenges to fair and free elections. Yes. So after that, now we'll start. Before that, just have a look. So National Voters Day pledge. So we, the citizens of India, having abiding faith in democracy, hereby pledge to uphold the democratic traditions of our country and the dignity of free, fair, and peaceful elections, and to cover in every election fearlessly and without being influenced by consideration of religion, race, caste, community, language, or any inducement. Yes. So the tabue of the Election Commission of India passes through the Rajpath on the occasion of the 67th Republic Day Parade in 2016. Yes. Now we'll see the working of institutions. So we'll start with next topic, working of institutions. So democracy is not just about people electing their rulers. So in a democracy, the rulers have to follow some rules and procedures. Yes, they have to work with and within institutions. Yes. So we'll see the working of such institutions in a democracy, and we try to understand. This is by looking at them. manner in which major decisions are taken and implemented in our country. So we also look at how disputes regarding these decisions are resolved. Yes, in this process, we come across three institutions that play a key role in major decisions: legislature, executive, and judiciary. Yes, so we already covered something about these institutions in earlier classes. Yes, so here we shall quickly summarize those and move on asking larger questions. So, in the case of each institution, we ask, what does this institution do? How is this institution connected to other institutions? What makes its functioning more or less democratic? The basic objective here is to understand how all these institutions together carry on the work of government. So sometimes we compare these with similar institutions in other democracies. So in this, so we'll see, we take our examples from the working of the national level government called central government, union government, or just government of India. So we can think of this and discuss examples of the working of government in your state as well. Yes. So in this chapter, we'll see working of institutions. Yes. So how is a major policy decision taken? Yes, now we'll see a government order. So how is a major policy decision taken? Now we'll see a government order. So on August 13, 1990, the government of India issued an order. Yes, it was called an office memorandum. Like all government orders, it had a number and is known by that. OM number 36012 3190 EST dated 13.81990, and the joint secretary, an officer in the Department of Personnel and Training in the Ministry of Personal Public Grievances and Pensions, signed the order. So it was quite short, barely one page. So it looked like any ordinary circular or notice that you may have seen in school. So the government issues hundreds of orders every day on different matters. But this one was very important and become a source of controversy for several years. Let us see how the decision was taken and what happened later. Yes. Now see, the government order, yes, was issued on 13th August 1990. The subject 27% reservation of socially and educationally backward classes in civil posts and services. Yes. So, which is highlighted 27% of vacancies in civil posts and services under the government of India shall be reserved for SEBCs. So, reservation for other backward classes in civil posts and services under the government of India regarding. Yes, see the orders. Now we'll see. This order announced a major policy decision, and it said that the 27% of the vacancies in civil post and services under the government of India are reserved for the socially and educationally backward classes. Yes, SEBCs. So SEBC is another name for all those people who belong to castes that are considered backward by the government. So the benefits of job reservation was till then available only to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. Now a new third category called SEBC was introduced, and only persons who belong to backward classes were eligible for this quota of 27% jobs. Others could not compete for these jobs. Yes. Now, the decision makers. So, who decided to issue this memorandum? Yes. So, we'll see the decision makers. So, who decided to issue this memorandum? Clearly, such a big decision could not have been taken by the person. Yes. So, such a big decision could not have been taken by the person who signed that document. The officer was merely implementing the instructions given by the Minister of Personal Public Grievances and Pensions, so of which the department was a part. So we can guess that such a major decision would have involved other major functionaries in our country. So we have already read the previous class about some of them. So let us go some of the main points that we have covered. Yes, president is the head of the state and is the highest formal authority in the country. Yes, prime minister is the head of the government and actually exercises all government powers. He takes most of the decisions in the cabinet meetings. Yes, yes. So the parliament consists of the president and two houses, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So the prime minister must have the support of a majority of Lok Sabha members. So were all these peoples involved in this decision regarding the office memorandum? Now, this office memorandum was the culmination of a long chain of events. The government of India had appointed the Second Backward Classes Commission in 1979, and it was headed by B.P. Mandal. Hence, it was popularly called as Mandal Commission. So, it was asked to determine the criteria to identify socially and educationally backward classes in India and recommend steps to be taken for their advancement. Yes, the commission gave its report in 1980 and made many recommendations. So, one of these was that 27% of government jobs be reserved for the socially and educationally backward classes. So, the report and recommendations were discussed in the parliament. So, for several years, many parliamentarians and parties kept demanding the implementation of the Commission's recommendations. So, then came the Lok Sabha election of 1989, and in its elections, manifesto of Janata Dal promised that if voted to power, it could or it would implement. Yes, in its election manifesto, the Janata Dal promised that if voted to power, it would implement the Mandal Commission report, and the Janata Dal did form the government after this election. Yes, its leader VP Singh became the Prime Minister. So several developments took place after that. Yes, now the President of India in his address to the Parliament announced that intention of the government to implement the recommendations of the Mandal Commission. On August 1990, the Union Cabinet took a formal decision to implement the recommendations. So next day, Prime Minister VP Singh informed the Parliament about this decision through a statement in both the houses of Parliament. Now, the decision of the Cabinet was sent to the Department of Personnel and Training, and the senior officers of the department drafted an order in line with the Cabinet decision and took the minister's approval. So an officer signed the order on behalf of the Union government. This was how OM number 36012/31/90 was born on 13th August 1990. Yes. So for the next few months, this was the most hotly debated issue in the country. Newspapers and magazines were full of different views and opinions on this issue. It led to widespread protest and counter-protest, some of which were violent. People reacted strongly because this decision affected thousands of job opportunities. Some felt that existence of inequalities among people of different castes in India necessitated job reservations. So they felt this would give a fair opportunity to those communities who so far had not adequately been represented in government employment. Yes. Now, so some felt that existence of inequalities among people of different castes in India necessitated job reservations, and they felt this would give a fair opportunity to those communities who so far had not adequately been represented in government employment. So others felt that this was unfair as it would deny equality of opportunity to those who did not belong to backward communities. So they would be denied jobs even though they could be more qualified. So, some felt that this would perpetuate caste feelings among peoples and hamper national unity. In this, yes. So, in this chapter, we won't discuss whether the decision was good or not. We only take this example of understand how major decisions are taken and implemented in the country. Yes, who resolved this dispute? You know that the Supreme Court and the High Courts in India settle disputes arising out of governmental decisions. So, some persons and associations opposed to this order filed a number of cases in the courts, and they appealed to the courts to declare the order invalid and stop implementation. So, the Supreme Court of India bunched all these cases together, and this case was known as Indira Swani and others versus Union of India case. So 11 judges of Supreme Court heard arguments of both sides. By majority, the Supreme Court judges in 1992 declared that is the order of the government of India was valid. So at the same time, the Supreme Court asked the government to modify the original order. It said that well-to-do persons among the backward classes should be excluded from the getting the benefit reservations. So accordingly, the department personnel and training issued another office memorandum on 8 September 1993. The dispute thus came to an end and this policy has been followed since then. Yes. So how this orders, government orders are implemented? Now we'll say, see, need for political institutions. Yes, we have seen one example of how the government works. Governing a country involves various such activities. For example, the government is responsible for ensuring security to the citizens and providing facilities for education and health to all. It collects taxes and spends the money thus raised on administration, defense and development programs. Yes, it formulates and implements several welfare schemes. Some persons have to take decisions on how to go about these activities, and others have to implement these decisions. Yes, if disputes arise on these decisions or in their implementation, there should be someone to determine what is right and what is wrong. So it is important that everyone should know who is the responsible for doing what, and it is only important that these activities keep taking place even if the persons in key position change. Yes. Now, need for political institutions. Yes. So it is important that everyone should know who is responsible for doing what, and it is also important that these activities keep taking place even if persons in key positions change. Yes. So all modern democracies Such arrangements are called institutions. So a democracy works well when these institutions perform functions assigned to them. The constitution of any country lays down basic rules on the powers and functions of each institution in the example above. Yes, we saw several much institutions at work. Yes, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet are institutions that take all important policy decisions. Yes, the civil servants working together are responsible for taking steps to implement the minister's decisions. Yes, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet are institutions that make all important policy decisions. The civil servants working together are responsible for taking steps to implement the minister's decisions. Supreme Court is an institution where disputes between citizens and the government are finally settled. Yes. So, working with institutions is not easy. Institutions involve rules and regulations, and this can bind the hands of leaders. Institutions involve meetings, committees, and routines. Yes, this often leads to delays and complications. Yes. So, working with institutions is not easy because institutions involve rules and regulations, and this can bind the hands of leaders. Institutions involve meetings, committees, and routines. So, this often leads to delays and complications. So, therefore, dealing with institutions can be frustrating. One might feel that it is much better to have one person take all decisions without any rules, procedures, and meetings. But that is not spirit of democracy. So some of the delays and complications introduced by institutions are very useful. So they provide an opportunity for a wider set of people to be consulted in any decision. So institutions make it difficult to have a good decision taken very quickly, but they also make it quickly difficult to rush through a bad decision. So that is why democratic governments insist on institutions. Yes, yes, parliament. In the example of the office memorandum, do you remember the role of parliament? So perhaps not since this decision was taken by parliament. You might think that parliament had no role in it, but let us go back the story and see where the parliament figures in it. Let us recall the points made earlier by completing the following sentences. Yes, the report of the Mandal Commission was discussed in dash dash dash. Yes, the President of India mentioned this is in his, and the Prime Minister made a. So the decisions was not directly taken in parliament, but parliamentary discussions on the report influenced and shaped the decision of the government. So they brought pressure on the government to act on the Mandal recommendations. If parliament was not in favor of this decision, the government could not have gone ahead with it. So yes, yes. So the decision was not directly taken in parliament, but parliamentary discussions on report influenced and shaped the decision of the government. So now we'll see, why do we need a parliament? Yes. Now, in all democracies, an assembly of elected representative exercises supreme political authority. Yes. An assembly of elected representative exercises supreme political authority on behalf of the people. So in India, such a national assembly of elected representatives is called parliament. So at the state level, this is called legislature and or legislative assembly. So the name may vary in different countries, but such assembly exists in every democracy. Yes, it exercises political authority on behalf of the people in many ways. Yes, Parliament is the final authority of making laws in any country. This task of lawmaking or legislation is so crucial that these assemblies are called legislatures. So, parliaments all over the world can make new laws, change existing laws, or abolish existing laws and make new ones in their place. So, parliaments all over the world exercise some control over those who run the government. And in some countries like India, this control is direct and full. So those who run the government can take decisions only so long as they enjoy support of parliament. So parliaments control all the money that governments have. So in most countries, the public money can be sent only when parliament sanctions it. Yes. Now we'll see. For the parliament is the highest forum of discussion and debate on public issues and national policy in any country, and parliament can seek information about any matter. Yes. So, two houses of parliament. Now we'll see. Since the parliament plays a central role in modern democracies, Most large countries divide the role and powers of parliament in two parts. They are called chambers or houses. One house is usually directly elected by the people and exercises the real power on behalf of the people. So the second house is usually elected indirectly and performs some special functions. So the most common work for the second house is to look after the interest of various states, regions, or federal units. Yes. So the parliament plays a central role in modern democracies. Most large countries divide the role and powers of parliament in two parts. They are called chambers or houses. One house is usually directly elected by the people and exercises the real power on behalf of the people. And the second house is usually elected indirectly and performs some special functions. So the most common work for the second house is usually elected indirectly and performs some special functions. So the most common work for the second house is to look after the interests of various states, regions, or federal units. Yes. So in our country, parliament consists of two houses. The two houses are known as the Council of States Rajya Sabha and the House of the People Lok Sabha. The President of India is a part of parliament, although she is not a member of either house. And that is why all laws made in the houses come into force only after they receive the assent of the president. So you have read about the Indian Parliament in earlier classes we have covered. So just recall the key differences between the composition of two houses of Parliament. Yes, answer yes. Now, what is the total number of members? Who elects the members? What is the length of the term, that is in years? Can the house be dissolved or is it permanent? Yes. Now we'll see. Then which of the two houses is more powerful? Then it might appear that the Rajya Sabha is more powerful, for sometimes it is called the upper chamber, and the Lok Sabha, the lower chamber. But this does not mean the Rajya Sabha is more powerful than Lok Sabha. This is just an old style of speaking and not the language used in our constitution. Yes, so our constitution does give the Rajya Sabha some special powers over the states. But on most matters, the Lok Sabha exercises supreme power. Let us see how. Yes, now any ordinary law needs to be passed by both the houses. But if there is difference between the two houses, the final decision is taken in a joint session in which members of both the houses sit together, because the larger number of members, the view of the Lok Sabha is likely to prevail in such meetings. Yes. So, Lok Sabha exercises more powers in money matters. Once the Lok Sabha passes the budget of the government or any other money related law, the Rajya Sabha cannot reject it. The Rajya Sabha can only delay it by 14 days or suggest changes in it. The Lok Sabha may or may not accept these changes. Yes. So, now we'll see. Yes. So, Lok Sabha exercises more powers in money matters. Yes. Now, we'll see. Most importantly, the Lok Sabha controls the Council of Ministers. So, only a person who enjoys the support of the majority of the members in the Lok Sabha is appointed the Prime Minister. And if the majority of the Lok Sabha members say they have no confidence in the Council of Ministers, all ministers, including the Prime Minister, have to quit. So the Rajya Sabha does not have this power. Yes. So, most important, the Lok Sabha controls the Council of Ministers. Yes. So, now after that, we'll see a chart. Yes. A day in the life of the Lok Sabha. Yes. Just have a look. So, how Lok Sabha works on normal days. Yes, here is the 7th December 2004 was an ordinary day in the life of 14 Lok Sabha. Let us take a look at what happens in the course of that day. Identify the role and parts of the parliament on the basis of the proceedings for the day as given below. Yes. So 11 o'clock, various ministers gave written answers to about 250 questions that were asked by members. These included what the government policy on talking to militant groups in Kashmir, what are the figures of atrocities against scheduled tribes, including those inflicted by the police, what is the government doing about overpricing of medicines by the big companies. Then 12 o'clock, a large number of official documents were presented and were available for discussion. These include recruitment rules for the Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force, annual report of the Indian Institute of Technology Kharagpur, report and accounts of Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, Vishakhapatnam. Then, after 2 minutes, the Minister of Development of Northeastern Region made statement regarding revitalization of the Northeastern Council. So the Minister of State for Railways presented a statement showing the grant needed by the railways in addition to the sanctions in the railway budget. So the Minister of Human Resource Development introduced the National Commission for Minority Educational Institutions Bill 2004, and he also gave a statement explaining why the government had to bring an ordinance for this. Then 12:40, several members highlighted some issues, including the vindictiveness of the Central Bureau of Investigation in registering cases against some leaders in the Tehelka case, need to include Rajasthani as official language in the constitution, need to renew the insurance policies of farmers and agriculture workers of Andhra Pradesh. At 226, two bills proposed by the government were considered and passed. These were the Securities Laws Amendment Bill and the Enforcement of Security Interest and Recovery of Debts Laws Amendment Bill. And 4 o'clock, finally, there was a long discussion regarding foreign policy of the government and the need to continue independent foreign policy in context of the situation in Iraq. And then 7:17 p.m. discussion concluded and House adjourned for the next day. Yes, this is the procedure. So you can see the details also after visiting the website. There, day-to-day work in the Lok Sabha. Yes. Then we'll see the political executive. Yes. So do you remember the story of the office memorandum with which? Yes, now we'll see the political executive. So as we'll see the order which was discussed initially with this chapter, we found out that the person who signed the document did not take this decision. So he was only executing the policy decision taken by someone else. So we notice the role of the Prime Minister in taking that decision, but we also know that he could not have taken that decision if he did not answer support from the Lok Sabha. Yes, in that scene, he was only executing the wishes of the parliament. Thus, at different level of any government, we find functionaries who take day-to-day decisions but do not exercise supreme power on behalf of the people. All those functionaries are collectively known as the executive. So they are called executive because they are in charge of the execution of the policies of government, and thus when we talk about the government we usually mean the executive. Yes. So the political and permanent executive. Now we'll see political and permanent executive. So in a democratic country, two categories make up the executive. Yes, one that is elected by the people for a specific period is called political executive, and political leaders who take the big decision fall in this category. And in second category, people are appointed on a long-term basis. This is called a permanent executive or civil services. Yes, and the persons working in civil services are called civil servants. So they remain in office even when the ruling party changes. So these officers work under political executive and assist them in carrying out the day-to-day administration. Yes. So the role of the political and non-political executive. Yes. Now we'll see why does the political executive have more power than the non-political executive? Yes, why is the minister more powerful than the civil servant? So the civil servant is usually more educated and has more expert knowledge of the subject, and the advisor working in the finance ministry know more about economics than the finance minister. So sometimes the minister may know very little about the technical matters that come under their ministry, and this could easily happen in ministries like defense, industry, health, science and technology, mines, etc. So, why should the minister have the final say on these matters? So, the reason is very simple. In democracy, the will of the people is supreme. The minister is an elected representative of the people and thus empowered to exercise the will of the people on their behalf. Yes, she is finally answerable to the people for all the consequences of her decision. So that is why the minister takes all the final decisions and the minister decides the overall framework and objectives in which decision on policy should be made. So the minister is not and is not expected to be an expert in the matters of a ministry. So the minister takes the advice of experts on all the technical matters, but very often experts hold different opinions or place never before her more than one option, which depending on what the overall objective is, the minister decides. So actually, this happens in any large organization. Those who understand the overall picture take the most important decisions, not the experts. Yes, the experts can tell the route, but someone with a larger view decides the destination. So in democracy, elects ministers perform this role. Yes. So Prime Minister and Council of Ministers. Yes. Now we'll see the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers. Yes. So Prime Minister is the most important. So the Prime Minister is the most important political institution in the country. So yet there is no direct election to the post of the Prime Minister. The President appoints the Prime Minister, but the President cannot appoint anyone he or she likes. So the President appoints the leader of the majority party or the coalition of parties that commands a majority in the Lok Sabha. Yes. So the President appoints the Prime Minister and the President appoints the leader of the majority party or the coalition parties. Yes, the President appoints the leader of the majority party or the coalition of parties that commands a majority in the Lok Sabha as Prime Minister. So in case no single party or alliance gets a majority, the President appoints the person most likely to secure a majority support. Yes. So the Prime Minister does not have a fixed tenure. He continues in power so long as remains the leader of the majority party or coalition. Yes. Yes. Now, after appointing the appointments of the Prime Minister, the President appoints other ministers on the advice of the Prime Minister. So the ministers are usually from the party or the coalition that has the majority in the Lok Sabha. Yes. So the Prime Minister, So the ministers are usually from the party or the coalition that has the majority in the Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister is free to choose ministers as long as they are members of parliament. So sometimes a person who is not a member of parliament can also become a minister. Yes, but such a person has to get elected to one of the houses of parliament within 6 months of appointment as minister. Yes. So Council of Ministers is the official name of the body that includes all the ministers. Yes, it usually has 60 to 80 ministers of different ranks. Yes. So there are cabinet ministers, minister of state with independent charge, or ministers of state. Yes. Now, the cabinet ministers are usually top level leaders of the ruling party or parties who are in charge of the major ministries. Usually, the cabinet ministers meet to take decisions in the name of the Council of Ministers. Cabinet is thus is the inner ring of the Council of Ministers, and it comprises about 25 ministers. Yes, ministers of state with independent charge. So are usually in charge of smaller ministries. They participate in the cabinet meetings only when specially invited. Ministers of state are attached to and required to assist cabinet ministers. Since it is not practical for all ministers to meet regularly and discuss everything, the decisions are taken in cabinet meetings. That is why parliamentary democracy is most in most countries is often known as the cabinet form of government. Yes, the cabinet works as a team and the ministers may have different views and opinions, but everyone has to own up to every decision of the cabinet. Yes. Now, so no minister can openly criticize any decision of the government, even if it is about another ministry or department. So every ministry has secretaries who are civil servants. The secretaries provide the necessary background information to the ministers to take decisions. The cabinet as a team is assisted by the cabinet secretariat. This includes many senior civil servants who try to coordinate the working of different ministries. Yes. Now, we'll see the powers of the Prime Minister. Yes, friends. So, the constitution does not say very much about the powers of the prime minister or the ministers or their relationship with each other. But as head of the government, the prime minister has wide ranging powers. He chairs cabinet meetings, he coordinates the work of different departments. His decisions are final in case disagreements arise between departments. Yes, so friends, so till now we have covered how is a major policy decision taken. That is, we have covered a government order, then decision makers, then need for political institutions, then parliament, then why do we need parliament, two houses of parliament. Yes, then now we have started political executive. Yes, so the political and permanent executive, prime minister and council of ministers. So there are cabinet ministers, ministers of state with